Hey, Alexandra, welcome. Thank you for being here on the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been playing it since Thursday. I'm excited to go through this set of live streams with all of you, just like I did with the demo of Solasta 2, as well as Crown of the Magister and the Palace of Ice DLCs. Yeah, I mean, there's no problem waiting on the full release. I mean, I'll talk about it more, but there are definitely some bugs in this one. So if you want to avoid those, there's a couple of different ways I'll talk about it. So, but yeah, thanks again for being here. I appreciate it. Welcome everyone to today's live stream, a new live stream, which is episode number 1 of our Solasta 2 Early Access Paladin gameplay series. I'm Commander Jarval, and I want to thank you for coming along on our journey today. So, admin notes. The big one on the channel right now is what you can see. We are starting a new live stream series centered around the early access release of Solasta 2. This released in early access on Thursday. I was not nearly important enough to get a content creator 24-hour early day access to it like you saw some people get. But that doesn't matter to me. I've been playing it right alongside all of you, and we're going to be going through this series for a bit, so I hope y'all enjoy it. Another admin note, we are quickly, it's either going to be next week or the week after. I'm still deciding. We're going to be starting a second live stream. I told you we were going to be doing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We are definitely going to be doing that. I'm just kind of working out the start date. I've played through the beginning of it so far, and now we're just kind of working out some logistics on it. But we are definitely going to be starting that. That is going to be at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time on Sundays. And that is GMT -5 for my overseas viewers. And like I said, just pay attention to my social media and the post tab, and I'll put up more information about it as we get closer to that time. So I think that's on all the admin notes. So let's go ahead and jump in here. Now, as I mentioned a little bit ago, we played the demo of Solasta 2 a few months ago when it came out. You can go back through my channel and look at the playlist. There's a playlist that was specifically dedicated to that demo. You can go check it out if you'd like. This is an entirely different game or entirely different scenario than what you saw in the demo. The story remains partially the same, and you're actually going to see one character that was in the demo. You're going to see her again in the early access here, but the early access is what the full version scenario is going to be. The demo was not. It was just an area that was generated by the devs to kind of showcase what the game was going to be. This is similarly to what the Act 1 was in early access for Baldur's Gate 3. This is the first section of the game. Now, the devs have said, just like we had in Baldur's Gate 3, that there's going to be additional things added in quote-unquote Act 1 in the full release than what we're seeing here, but this is actual scenarios that you're going to see played out in the full version of the game. So if you do play early access, you'll be kind of getting a head start on things that you're going to be doing, people you're going to be seeing, places you're going to be visiting in the full release version. So before we talk about the specifics of what the game is, I need to remind everybody about what is up there in the upper right-hand corner of your screen right now. And it says EA. That is early access. Now, people have gotten a little spoiled with some games in thinking that early access is a fully playable, full bug-free version of a small part of the game. That is not the case here. That's not an indictment of tactical adventures. It's just don't think that you are getting a full release, a smaller version of a full release version of a game. That is not what this is. I've identified no less than 10 bugs here. I have a running list that I keep that are repeatable. And we are going to encounter some of them because just because of how my gameplay style works, it would be foolish of me to avoid a couple of those bugs just to do things a little differently. So you're going to see them. We may get a random game crash. I did have one of those. I've played this now for 12 or 14 hours, I think, since it released, or since I got home from work Thursday afternoon. So, and during that time, I've had one complete crash. I have had 2 save corruptions as well. Don't know why those happen. Those have been non-repeatable so far. But like I say, don't think that this is a fully polished and ready to go smaller section of the game, because it is not. So as we run into those bugs, I will try and point them out as we go. But if something does happen, we're just going to roll with it, and we'll reload a save and go from there. Speaking of saves, let's go into the settings here real quick. And we'll take a look at a few things. I've turned off tutorials. Tutorials are one of the things that are bugged. Tutorials are supposed to be the first time you see a tutorial, you can click I understand, and that tutorial will go away. Here, even if you click I understand, the next time you do that thing again, it will bring that tutorial up again. And specifically what I mean by that is when you check your inventory and when you go to a vendor. So I have turned off the tutorial suggestions. What I'm going to do is turn them back on until we go through a few of them for the first time, and then I will turn them back off again. Just because, and I know we're going to miss a couple of tutorial screens, but having the repeating screens pop up over and over again is incredibly annoying. So the recommended difficulty here thing is interesting. If you can get a recommendation here, it will ask you some questions. So if you played Solasta 1 or the 5e rule set, or you enjoy tactical challenges, that's going to give you authentic mode. I know the basics is explorer mode, and I'm new is also explorer mode. They don't have the final game mode here available in the early access. I'm going to be playing authentic mode. I'm obviously very familiar with Solasta 1. I am somewhat familiar with the 5e rule set. I'm more familiar with it than the vast majority of people, but I am not a rule expert by any means. So if I say something wrong, I'm not going to be taking a whole lot of time to go look something up before I say it. So if I say something wrong, please let me know in the chat or in the comments afterward, and I'll make sure I get it corrected later. But I'm definitely going to be playing authentic mode here. We have the presets, which are only available in inside the game. So once you start this, once you start the game, your difficulty preset will be there, but you can also customize it by changing any of these various things, as well as karmic dice, or weighted damage and healing dice. So to help make things a little easier, these 2 options are here. You don't have to use them if you don't want to. Encumbrance mode. Encumbrance mode limited is is what's from the SRD, from the system reference documents. It is when you become encumbered, your speed is just dramatically reduced to only 5 feet. As a reference, you normally start with around 30 feet of movement speed, depending upon your ancestry and your class, but encumbrance is going to severely limit you in that. You can turn that off so that you can carry any number of things. So if you just want to make it a little easier on yourself, you can turn that off. Autofocus, I don't really worry about. The combat autosave, you definitely want to do. The game will make an autosave at the beginning and the end of every battle, and this allows you to go back and replay a battle easily. It also allows you to go back right after combat ended, and if you leave that area and you realize that you left something on the ground or you forgot something, you can reload that save and go back and get it. The NPC turn speed, it just speeds up the animations and all of that sort of stuff. It tends to be a little jerky, in my opinion, so I leave it at medium. The fast, like I say, tends to be a little bit jerky and disjointed. The autosave is a must-have. Like I said, this is early access. You're going to forget to save manually all the time, trust me. So having an autosave, I set mine for 5 minutes. So that way I never am going to lose more than 5 minutes of save time if a crash happens or if a save corruption happens or something like that. You can up the number of autosave files to allow you to have quite a few more than this. This gives me 50 minutes basically of autosaves that I can go back and look at and reuse if need be. Analytics, I am obviously allowing this in early access. If things happen, I want to be able to send them a save file that has all the analytics in it, and they can go review exactly the state that my game was in and my characters were in when that bug happened. So I'm going to be sending them this stuff and also allowing it to be recorded in the save file so I can send it. Controls are fairly straightforward. This is mostly about the camera and settings for your mouse and your gamepad. I've heard some comments that the controls are optimized to be around a controller. I think that is a baseless comment. If you played Solasta 1, the controls here are exactly the same. There is no difference between them. So I don't get where the anger came from. I mean, and there's been some serious anger about it. About the controls, I am not of that opinion at all. I don't know where that opinion comes from, because there was almost no changes between what I'm seeing here and what I saw in Solasta 1. Key mappings are the exact same things. Now, what I did do here was I changed my quick load to F8. Normally I have quick save as F5 and my quick load is F8. I have a keyboard where the 12 function keys are broken up into groups of 4. So this allows me on that middle group to do the far left one to quick save and the far right one to quick load. Other than that, that was the only thing that I did. If you use direct control, you may want to modify these. I don't ever use direct control. We'll get into what direct control and indirect control are once we get into the game. Everything else here, the only other thing I did was that the camera rotations left and right, I reversed them. They were backward from what I had in Solasta 1, and I wanted to go back to what I was familiar with. For me, video is full epic settings all the way through. I have what is now getting older, but it's a 3080 Ti from NVIDIA. You can't turn off upscaling here. You can see there's one of 4 options for upscaling. If you look over at the right, there's 5. Off does not seem to be in here. I've got that on my list. So what I've done is I've turned the upscaling mode off instead, but I don't need to use any upscaling here. I have, like I say, well enough to be able to run this at full 4K resolution. You're going to be seeing 1440p resolution. I don't have enough bandwidth on my internet to be able to stream at 4K. So you're not going to be seeing that you on the stream. But I'm playing this full 4K. I just prefer to turn upscaling off. I just can't. Audio, all I've done is turn down the music volume, same as I always do for all of them. In the interface, you're going to see the subtitles. This is the same settings that I had in Solasta 1. The tooltips are when you hover over an item, the tooltip that pops up. I have it off by default, so I can use the Alt key to view those detailed tooltips when I want to, and not just have them pop up all over the screen whenever I click on something. And dice, I want to see all of my animations. I've turned the dice speed down a little bit, but I think it was only 1.0 when I got it. I just wanted it to roll a little bit faster. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of changes that I had to make to the controls. So let's go ahead and get into this. When you start, you're going to see different characters. I'm playing this game already, so these are my characters, my personal playthrough. So let's click New Adventure, and we'll take a look at what we have here. So here is the new adventure screen. Now, we're going to have campaigns, just like we did in Solasta 1. We're going to have multiple game campaigns that are probably going to be released in DLC. We're also probably going to have the ability to mod in campaigns, just like we did in Solasta 1, and have user-generated campaigns. Right now, we only have the Mark of Mariake here, and it will tell you that it's going to start at level 1. Okay, that's what's down here. Your difficulty mode is now selectable here. I'm going to be using authentic mode for this, and we're going to go ahead and jump in to create our party. Now, one thing I don't like about this is that in Solasta 1, if you created a custom character for a campaign, it allowed you to use that same custom character at level 1 in other campaigns. It popped up in the character list. Here, if I go to create character, I have 3 options. And if I go to select pre-made, these are only the pre-made characters that come from Tactical Adventures. The 4 characters, custom characters that I made in my personal playthrough do not show up in this list. They don't show up on Advanced Creation and Quick Creation. We're going to see what these are here in a second, but these are not picking from a list of characters. So I've got that written down as a suggestion, a quality of life suggestion. I would prefer not to have to make a new character every time I go into a campaign if I have a group of 4 characters that I want to be taking into every campaign. Is kind of the thought process behind it. So looking at the select pre-mades, and these give you the class, the origin, and the background. We're going to go into more of these in depth, but if you don't know what these things mean and what the benefits of them are, don't select a pre-made hero. It will save you time, but if you do not know what the Wanderer background is going to give you, or you don't know what the Spy or the Acolyte background is going to give you, where the Acolyte gives you an increase in your Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma ability scores. It gives you the Magic Initiate Cleric feat, I think. It gives you some skill proficiencies and insight and religion, blah, blah, blah. If you don't know those things, don't select a pre-made hero. Okay? This is for people who are either who just want to jump into the game really quickly and aren't interested in the specifics of their character, or somebody maybe who is extraordinarily familiar with 5e rules, and just wants to get in quickly and not worry about customizing ability scores or something like that. But I would suggest staying away from this and going with either quick creation or advanced creation. Now, quick creation is going to let you start with a class ancestry background, just like the pre-mades, and you're off and running. Okay, it's going to use the standard distributions here, or standard arrays is what they're called in the SRD, for your characters of that class and that ancestry and that background. Again, I would stay away from that and just go into advanced creation from the beginning. This is going to have tooltips that are going to explain everything as you go through it. So when you hover over your saving throw proficiencies, it tells you what the game rule is over there on the right. If you hover over light armor, it will tell you what the armor proficiencies and weapon proficiencies are as you go. So this is a much better way to go about it. If you're not familiar with how D&D rules are going to work. So let's look at our first character here, and we're going to start with a paladin. Okay, now it tells you what the core abilities are: strength and charisma. It's going to highlight them over here on the side, and it's going to kind of tell you what these abilities are, and this is important for multi-classing later on, because there is multi-classing in early access here. The core abilities, you have to have at least 13 in those abilities to be able to multi-class into a class that has those abilities. So in other words, if I was a fighter starting out and I wanted to multi-class into a paladin, my fighter, when I created it, would have to have at least 13 in strength and 13 in charisma. Otherwise, I could not multi-class into a paladin. Multi-classing has been that way for off and on, I should say, in tabletop rules for a very, very long time. Some games tend to go away from that to allow you more choice. If you're playing an authentic here right now, you're not going to have a choice. You're following the rules as close as the game is going to allow you to follow those rules, and there's not a whole lot of customization in early access. So just be aware of that. That multi-classing, you're going to have to plan your ability scores now for any future multi-classing you might want to do. Okay, so the complexity is just a range of how difficult it is. Sorcerer is for advanced players, Paladin for intermediate players, Fighter, Rogues are fairly easy to begin with, but not really something that is very important for anybody. Hit die is what die you roll when you level up. So at level 1, you have an amount of hit point equal to the maximum value of your hit die plus your Constitution modifier. So whenever you get a short rest, you're going to have D10s that you can roll to recover your hit points. Okay, and it's going to be that D10 roll plus your Constitution modifier to recover those hit points, and you're going to see those or see that come into play when we take short rests. So the martial types tend to have higher sided die, and your caster types tend to have lower sided die, and then your combination classes tend to have die in the middle. Okay. So looking at a paladin, our saving throw proficiencies are charisma and wisdom. And what that means is that we're going to be able to add our proficiency bonus to our saving throws that we have to make for charisma and wisdom. You're going to see more about what the proficiency bonus is here in a little bit, but basically it's a flat number that gets added on as a bonus to several different things during the gameplay. And that number gets higher the higher in level your character goes. Not necessarily your class, but how high your character level is. So if I have 6 levels in Paladin and 6 levels in Fighter, that's a level 12 character. So my proficiency amount number would be based upon the level 12, not either of the level 6s. Skill choices, you're going to see what these are here in a minute. I'm not going to go through a whole lot of these, but it says I can choose 2 proficiencies out of this list in the proficiency step, and I can choose weapon masteries, and we'll talk more about that when we get into it. So I am proficient, I am proficient in heavy armor, light armor, medium armors, and shields. That's every armor type in the game, as well as simple and martial weapons. That's every weapon type in the game. Okay, so paladins can wield any weapon. They can wield any armor without any disadvantages to that. I'm going to be able to select 2 spells from the paladin spell list. And I have class features. And this tells me that my weapons training is simple and martial. My armor training is all of them. I have a healing pool for a paladin. So you're going to see this during the gameplay. I have a healing pool that I can restore a total number of hit points equal to 5 times my paladin level. So again, if I had level 6 paladin and level 6 fighter, 6 times 5 is 30, I'd be able to restore up to 30 hit points to myself when I finish that long rest, or when I finish, or at any particular point during the gameplay between long rests. And that is based up, like I say, based on my paladin level, not your total your total character level. Lay on Hands is an active ability that you can use in and out of combat, which heals lost hit points using that healing pool. So Lay on Hands is the way that I use hit points out of that healing pool. So at level 1, I'm going to have 5 hit points in my healing pool, and Lay on Hands, I can use it to heal up to 5. I can give all 5 to one character. I can give 1 to a character and 2 to another one. I can give 1 to 5 different people if I want. I can use that healing pool however I want with Lay on Hands. Neutralize Poison is a paladin feature, which removes the poison tag. But it uses 5 points from the healing pool. So that means that at level 1, I wouldn't be able to use Lay on Hands to heal anybody. Instead, I can use Neutralize Poison to remove that from a character. And then Paladin spell casting basically tells you it's very similar to a Cleric in that I start with 2 prepared spells, and I gain more spells as I gain Paladin levels. And then after a long rest, I can replace one of your spells with another Paladin spell for which I have spell slots. And it tells me that Charisma is my spell casting ability. So Charisma as a spell casting ability is very useful for the Paladin. In early access, we're capped at level 4. So I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot in the way of what I normally do for Paladin multi-classing. But being able to combine this with a Hexblade Warlock or something like that, where I can use my Charisma as my weapon attack stat in addition to my spellcasting ability, makes the Paladin really, really good. And then down here you can review all of the items that you're going to have. You're going to start with Scale Mail, which is one of the best armors that you're going to be able to get in the game. If you look at Fighter, you're going to get Chainmail, which is again a 16 armor class. Scale Mail is a 14 armor class, but I get a +2 bonus from dexterity if I have a high enough dexterity, and I will. So With chainmail, you don't get any dexterity bonus, so 16 is as high as I'm going to be getting here in the game to begin with. As far as the rest of it, fairly straightforward, but we're going to go with our Paladin here, and we're going to get our Ancestry. Now, there are only 4 Ancestries in the game. The SRD, and this is how, just for those of you who aren't aware, when people make a Dungeons and Dragons game, that game is, they have to license the system reference documents. The SRD is what we call it. And that SRD has a bunch of information in it and has limited information in it, and Wizards of the Coast puts out supplements to add in more information for you to use. Hey Rudy, welcome. Sorry I've been busy explaining things here and missed a couple people coming in, but Rudy, as always, my channel member, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate the support. And Jim Life, hey, good to see you again. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy that. Good to see you too. So as I was saying, there's only 4 Ancestries in the early access game right now. There are a lot more in the SRD. I think the SRD has 10 or 11. So things like Dragonborn, Gnomes, Goliaths, orcs and tieflings and that sort of stuff are not in here yet. You have the basic dwarf, elf, halfling, and humans. Now, the Ancestries, and hey, Mean Deeds, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Would I say the game is worth buying? Well, you're getting someone who's a little biased here. We just finished playing here on the stream for several months Solasta 1, and we played the demo of this previously. I am a huge tabletop Dungeons and Dragons nerd. I have been ever since I was a kid. In my mind, Solasta, both of them, well, Solasta 1 especially, we're kind of waiting to see how Solasta 2 develops, is a very, very faithful recreation of tabletop. Baldur's Gate 3 took a lot of artistic licenses with tabletop rules. Solasta is much more true to that, and for me, that's very appealing. So, for me, it's an obvious no-brainer to buy it. I think if you are interested in turn-based CRPG games, this is a very, very good game to have. It is not Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3. I want to be very clear about that. The storytelling is different. It isn't 100% voice acted with 1,000 different scenarios that can be played out, because there aren't preset characters that you fill out your party with. So it is not that. It is much more like a tabletop Dungeons & Dragons campaign. So for me, yes, it is worth buying, but hopefully if you want to get more information, you can watch the demo that I did. You can find the playlist of it in my content list on my channel, and you can review Solasta 1. And you can see what Solasta 1 was like and kind of get an idea about what Solasta 2 is going to be like. And then if you see what we're doing here, you'll get more information about whether or not you want to buy it. So, Ancestries. The basic Ancestries here. Ancestries work differently than they did in Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, this works very similar to what they did in the early access to Baldur's Gate 3. In that your ancestry gives you skill choices, and you're gonna see this as we go. They removed all of this in Baldur's Gate 3, so to give everybody more choice. So if they wanted to play a dwarf, then they didn't necessarily skip out on hit points, or I mean, ability score adjustments if they wanted to play like a dwarven caster, something. Dwarves tend to not do that. Dwarves tend to be more on the martial side of things, according to the SRD. But Baldur's Gate 3 removed, all of that. So here, I'm going to choose human for my paladin. I can choose any skill and I can get a proficiency in it. I get a heroic inspiration. Now, this is basically a reroll of a die for either attack or saving throw, and I get it once per long rest. Skillful, I gain proficiency with one skill of my choice, and versatile, I gain an origin feat of my choosing, and we're going to see that here in a little bit. So the known languages here are common. I don't get any other known language, but I can choose from any of these 8 language choices, and I can choose 2 of them. Okay, so we're going to click, well, here's versatile. So as part of being a human ancestry, I can choose my first feat. Now this is an origin feat, and these are this is a list of the origin feats that are in the game. Okay, there are more than this in the SRD, but these are just the ones that they've implemented so far. So Magic Initiate, Wizard, and Cleric, I'm not going to worry about for now. Quick basically increases my movement speed, and opportunity attacks have disadvantage against you. Not necessarily something I need for a frontline fighter. Ready for War, getting proficiency with light armor, shields, and martial weapons. I have all of that already. Robust is always good for a frontline fighter. My hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to your character level when you gain this feat. So I'm going to gain 1 extra hit point. Whenever I gain a character level thereafter, I'm going to gain an additional 1 hit point on top of what my hit die is, plus my constitution modifier. Okay. Natural healing. So whenever I use a hit die to regain hit points, I roll it twice and keep the highest result. You're going to kind of see what this is when I take a short rest. And then hard to kill. If you become stable while unconscious at 0 hit points, you immediately regain 1 hit point. The way the kill mechanic works in tabletop is if you get reduced to 0 hit points, you become incapacitated. Now, when you're incapacitated, you begin having death saving throws. You roll a die against a saving throw, and if you fail 3 of them, then you die. If you pass 3 of them, you become stable and you become unconscious. But you're at 0 hit points. You can't do anything, but you're just not dying at that point. To be brought back to full consciousness, somebody has to heal you. Here, you don't have to have anybody heal you. You will immediately pop up to 1 hit point. Okay, which is extraordinarily useful, but there's something else that I'm going to be focusing on. So, Savage Attacker, you've trained to deal particularly damaging strikes. Once per turn, when you hit a target with a weapon, you roll the weapon's damage dice twice and use the best roll against the target. This is like having advantage on your damage roll. It is a straight boost in damage, and the average is an additional 37%. So it's a big boost in damage to start off with for any character. For my frontline fighter, that's the way I'm going to go. Skilled, I gain proficiency in any 3 skills or tools. You're going to see more of this here in a little bit. And Vigilant. So I gain proficiency in Perception. If I'm already proficient, I gain expertise in it, which is 2 times my proficiency bonus. And I'm ready, which means being surprised does not impose disadvantage on my initiative roll. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. But for now, I'm going to take Savage Attacker here for the damage boost. Now we get into backgrounds. And this is what Baldur's Gate 3 got rid of in the full version, but they had it in early access. These backgrounds are somewhat similar to what's in the SRD. Okay, the SRD has Acolyte. It has, don't think Sage is in here. Soldier's not in here. So the SRD, I think, only has 4 backgrounds, but the companion expansion modules have a lot more, including some of these. I'm not going to go through all of these. We could spend literally the entire 3-hour first stream here going through all of these. But for frontline fighters, especially for paladins, I'm looking for stuff that's going to give me an ability score increase that is in charisma and or strength or possibly constitution. Okay, and if I look at aristocrat, that is perfect for me. The other things it does is it grants me insight and persuasion proficiencies. As a paladin with high charisma, I'm going to be using persuasion a lot. So that's incredibly useful for me to have proficiency in that. Insight is a wisdom-based skill. I'm not going to have high wisdom, but this will give me an additional proficiency bonus in it to kind of help out with insight checks. And this is going to come with the skilled origin feat. Okay, so I'm going to gain the proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of my choice. So this is why when you pick human and you get an origin feat for your ancestry, do not pick skilled if you're going to pick aristocrat. Or don't pick magic initiate cleric if you're going to be a human cleric, because you're going to get this with your acolyte choice. So there's some coordination here that needs to happen to make sure you're not duplicating your origin feats if you choose human as your ancestry. Okay. So the equipment, we're going to get a letter. This is just some lore-based stuff. So now your ability scores. Now there are 3 ways in tabletop for you to determine your ability scores. There's what's called the standard array, and the SRD publishes for every class a standard distribution of what those ability scores should be on a 27-point point buy. So you can, if you click auto, that is the standard array that comes out of the SRD for what they think a paladin should be. Okay. So I mean, there's nothing wrong per se with these scores. I just want to do things a little bit differently in how I set things up. So the second way to do it is via dice rolls. And what you do with dice rolls, and this is changed a little bit, and I want to make sure I'm not giving you the incorrect number here. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It's still the same in 2024. I was just making sure it didn't change from 2014 to 2024. For dice rolls, you roll 4 d6s. A d6 is a dice that has 6-sided die. That's your standard dice that you see in every game on the planet. You roll 4 of those, and you pick the 3 highest and add them up. And that will be your ability score. So if I'm rolling strength, I roll 4 d6s. If I roll 3 8s or 3 6s and a 2, then I disregard the 2. The 3 highest ones are 18, and that's what my strength score becomes. Okay. The devs removed the dice rolling from the character creation here. And it has upset a lot of people. And I get it. I can see it both ways. And hey, Patrick, welcome. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. I appreciate it. So the dice rolls in tabletop, almost no one ever does it. And that's because if you roll 4d6s and you roll a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. You drop the 2, you get the 3, 4, and 5. That's an ability score of 12. Okay? Perfectly okay. It is what it is. But you can roll those 4d6s and roll a 1, 2, and 2 3s. And if you do that, you disregard the 1, you take 2 plus 3 plus 3, you have an ability score of 8. Okay? You can roll a lot less than that as well. You could magically roll 4 1s and you would have an ability score of 3. Now, in that case, the DM is more than likely going to give you a reroll on it. But people don't roll dice very often because it's a 1. It gives you, it's all entirely up to random chance. So a point buy system based upon 27 points is far more common. In a video game, though, where all you have to do is click reroll, 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 reroll once every half a second until you get the stat scores you want based on a random number generator, you can easily get much higher scores. And that's what people were upset about. They're going to bring dice rolling back in the full version of the game. They said they may even bring it back in a later version of early access. So we'll wait and see. But for right now, all we have is a 27 point buy or the standard array. We do not have dice rolling. So for me, charisma is a no-brainer here. Now, the +2, +1 thing that you saw in Baldur's Gate 3 is not here yet. Okay? That is part of this. I can select up to 3 additional ability score increases, and I can assign a maximum of 2 points to each ability score. So this is where +2 and +1 comes into play. So I could put 2 there and 1 there, and now it's going to add that in down here and let me know that my charisma is now 17. Okay, so that's how this system works. It's not just a flat +2 and +1 to anything you want. Your +2 and your +1 is based upon the ability scores available to you, and it doesn't have to be +2. It could be +1 to all 3. Okay. So for now, I'm going to set my charisma at 16. I'm not going to set it for 17. There's not enough leveling up in this game for me to take full advantage of an odd number here. So I'm not going to leave it at an odd number. I'm going to leave it at an even number. So my intelligence, I'm going to just start by upping everything to 10, and I have 10 points still available to me. Now, it would be nice to have an additional 1 in wisdom to help with my insight checks that I have proficiency in, but not going to do that here. My strength is going to be my my 2-hit modifier. It is not charisma. Charisma is my spellcasting modifier. My 2-hit modifier is strength, so I need to make sure that I have a decent amount here in strength to be able to hit better and have my damage increase more. And I need Constitution. Now, Constitution, again, kind of what I've got here is, remember, I have a +1 being added to Constitution right now. Constitution is my base hit points and that sort of stuff. Certainly useful for a frontline fighter, but also very useful for a frontline fighter is being able to roll high in initiative. So being able to get your frontline fighters into the fight faster, or going before other enemy characters is also very useful. So I put more stock into dexterity than I do in Constitution. Okay, so I'm looking to see what I'm going to be able to do. I'm trying to think if I'm going to be able to up it again with a feat. I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't, I don't think, I'm trying to think of feats that I would take. And I think I'm going to put that extra one into strength. So I've got an odd strength here. I'm going to look at the feat number. Yeah. I think I am just going to leave that as that. I would like to be more in dexterity, but because of my my aristocrat background, I don't have dexterity in here. So I think that's probably the best I'm gonna get for what I have here. I would normally want those reversed, but I think this is the best that I'm gonna get. So I can edit my appearance here. So there are only 2 body shapes right now. They're going to be adding a lot more body shapes in here. The head presets, there are only 12 right now. They're going to be adding a lot more than that, they've told us. The shape blending allows you to pick an individual preset type and pick how prominent the features from each one of them are. It's a little complex, and honestly, it's a little bit convoluted. They said they're going to be changing this a little bit, because I'm not entirely sure how well this actually works or how easy and or hard it is. I don't really care a whole lot about what people look like in here, but there's a lot of stuff that you can change. Eye color, heterochromia, different colored eyes, brightness, wrinkles, freckles, scars, face art. You can change hairstyles, beard styles, your eyebrow positions, color, all this. There's a lot of customization here. You can go through a whole lot of customization and again, spend the entire first 3 hours just doing that if you want. For me, your last name are all Caldwell. You're going to figure out why that is here in a little bit. But this is me. Now, your personalities are really your speech style and the type of answers that they're going to give. In Solasta 1, we had the same thing. So for me, for a paladin, hero is probably the best one for me to pick. And you can pick the voices.
You must need help with something.
Okay. And for me, I'm just going to save that and click back through all of these to proficiencies. Now, because we are a human and because of our aristocrat background, we have a lot of skills that we can, or things that we can add in and deal with on our skills here. We have 5 different proficiencies that we can add in here. So the first is my basic skill proficiencies here. I'm going to get intimidation. That's charisma based. So now I have persuasion and intimidation options that are available to my paladin, which is really, really good to have. I'm going to add in an athletics, which is strength based. So now I can, how easy I can climb, jump, and swim. I can make those checks a lot easier with this. Go to next. Now I can select 2 weapon mastery proficiencies. Now I start with a longsword. Okay, so I'm definitely going to choose that. And I start with a light crossbow. Now, what weapon masteries do is they give you a bonus effect whenever you make a hit with a weapon that you have mastery of. So for light crossbow, if you look over at the right, I'm going to slow a creature. So I'm going to reduce its movement speed by 10 until the start of my next turn. Okay, so if I hit it more than once, it doesn't reduce it, it doesn't stack. Okay, on that first time, you're going to see they're going to get a debuff called Hindered, and their movement speed is going to be decreased by 10. For the longsword, I'm going to get Sap, and Sap is really good. If you hit a creature with a weapon, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your turn. Disadvantage is a massive debuff to inflict on an enemy, and advantage is a massive buff to inflict on yourself. I can't overstate enough how important those two things are if you're not familiar with tabletop. Advantage means you roll 2 d20s and you pick the highest result. Okay, you could roll 2 1s and then the highest result would still be a critical miss. But you could roll a 1 and a 20 and you would disregard the 1 and pick the 20. Okay, that's how big of a boost that is. And like I said, on average, that's a 37% increase in your chances of doing something good with advantage. Now, disadvantage is the exact opposite. You roll 2 d20s and you pick the lower result or the smaller result. That again is a massive debuff. Somebody rolls a 20 and a 12, that 20 would be a critical hit, but now they have to take the 12, and that might be a miss. Okay, so Sap is a huge deal, and multiple different weapon types have that same type of ability. So if you look at something like a light hammer, that has Nick, a long bow has slow, just like the light crossbow does. So the same types of weapons have the same type of weapon mastery ability. Some things like the heavy crossbow, though, have a push. So maces have sap. So maces and long swords are the same, but a maul, which is a two-handed weapon, has topple. So when you go to something like a great sword or a great axe, you're going to get different things as well. So look at what weapons you want to pick up and what you want to specialize. Now, you're able to change these at long rests as well. So not a big deal if you pick something and then change your weapons later. You can adjust it. So here's my next set of skill proficiencies. And now you can see that I can pick from anything I want here, and this is because I'm a human. So I can, now in early access, I haven't found a performance skill check anywhere in the game. Now, as a charisma-based character, this would be the final speaking option that I would have to be able to convince somebody to do something. Those are persuasion, intimidation, or performance. And I could up this to 5. I just haven't found a charisma or a performance check in early access. If I was doing this in a full playthrough, I'd probably take it here. But I'm not. So I want to look at... Oh, and I'm sorry, I have deception is the other one. So persuasion, deception, performance, and intimidation are the ones I have. So since I don't have performance checks anywhere in the game, I'm going to go with deception, and that's going to get 3 out of the 4 speech skills basically taken care of. Next is what languages I want to speak. Now, I have 2 options here at the start. Basically what you want to do is just basically cover all of your language choices, okay? I'm not going to pick Elvish, Dwarvish, or Halfling. You're going to see why here in a minute. So I'm going to pick Draconic and Giant. That's going to leave me Orc, Goblin, and Gnomish left. And here is my last skill proficiency because of the skilled feat that I got with my aristocrat background. So now out of this, my choices here don't really matter as much. I'm not going to need really stealth or sleight of hand, even though I have a slight bonus in those. All of my others are fairly straightforward. So what I'm going to do is put this into perception. Any perception bonuses that you can have in your party is going to be good for being able to find traps, footprints, all of that sort of stuff. So it's a small bonus, but it's something that I can use. And last is I need to select my spells to learn for my Paladin class. Okay. Now, Divine Smite is obvious that you want to take Divine Smite. Now, this is a little different in 2024 than it was in 2014. This is now available to me here, but it's not prepared all of the time. I have to prepare it when I do it. So if I want to learn Divine Smite now, I can use one of my 2 spell slots and pick it up right now if I want. Otherwise, I can wait and I will get it at level 2. It's entirely up to me on how I want to play this. I definitely want to take Divine Favor. That is a 1d4 radiant damage to all of my weapon attacks, just right off the bat. As far as the others, there are some kind of iffy things all the way around, I guess, so to speak, on all the rest of them. It doesn't really matter what I do for the rest of these. There aren't a whole lot of aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, or undead in the early access here, so protection from evil and good is of limited use. Shield of Faith is always great. There's never a problem with Shield of Faith. I just prefer to use that spell slot for a Divine Smite instead. So for the rest of these, not really something that I'm interested in dealing with or using very much. So I'm just going to pick Cure Wounds. It's a non-concentration spell. So I'm going to put that in there for my Paladin to use. And then, what did I not pick? Oh, I only picked 1 out of the 3 here. Right. So add Acrobatics. That's going to help me keep from falling down when I'm trying to move across tricky terrain. And already got Perception. Not worried about Religion. I could add in Survival. That's always a good thing to have to help identify hazards when you're out and about. So now it's going to give me the save option, and I'm good. Okay, and you go through the same thing for the rest of them. Now, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time going through the rest of these because I know you guys want to get into some gameplay. So we're going to do the rest of these here in 30 minutes, and then we're going to spend the last half of the live stream into some gameplay. So the next character that I want, we're going to go Advanced Creation as well, and we're going to pick a Cleric here. Okay, and for between Protector and Thaumaturge, or whether you want to be a spellcasting cleric or a melee cleric, I'm going to be a melee cleric. That's going to give me martial weapon and heavy armor proficiency, so Protector is what I'm going to pick. I'm going to be a Dwarven cleric here. So it's going to be Dark Vision, Dwarven Resilience, so I have advantage on poison saving throws, and I'm resistant to poison damage. Toughness, so I get the Robust feat, basically, to start. In Stone Cunning, this was not in any other game that I've seen it, that I've played, actually. You gain Tremor Sense for 10 minutes, which means that I can pinpoint the location of creatures within 60 feet as long as I'm on a stone surface with them. So if I'm blinded for some reason, I can activate Stone Cunning if I'm on stone, and I can see them. So I lose the disadvantage from being blinded. So for next here, for my background, I'm going to pick Acolyte. That's a no-brainer for a cleric. Constitution and wisdom. Intelligence, kind of as a throw on here, not really a big thing. You can go through these and look and see if you have something else that suits you more, like Lawkeeper. Strength, Constitution, and Wisdom, all of those things are good things for a Cleric. Your origin feat is Vigilant with Lawkeeper, whereas with Acolyte, you're going to get Magic Initiate Cleric as your origin feat. So I'm going to go with Acolyte here to get the Magic Initiate Cleric feat, because I chose not to be a spell casting cleric in my class selection. I didn't choose Thaumaturge. This is going to help me make up for those spell slots. So my abilities here, and I'm going to just put everything up to 10. I'm going to put Wisdom up to 15. So when I go in here, my Wisdom, I'm actually going to increase to 17. My Constitution, I'm going to increase by 1. And that's going to give me 12 here. My Strength is my to hit modifier, so I need that. And my Dexterity is going to give me a little bit of a boost to my initiative rolls. So here, I'm just going to keep... actually, I'll change my body shape here. And my identity is going to be Sharon, and this is after one of my channel members, Sharon Bamber here. So we will save that. So in my proficiencies here, I'm going to gain, I want an insight here, and I can pick 2. As far as the rest of them, doesn't really matter, but I've already got somebody who's pretty good in persuasion, so I'm going to get a bonus in history. And then here, again, contrary to popular belief, if you looked through the class selection back here, or actually note that the ancestor selection, my known language is only common. I'm a dwarf, but I don't know dwarvish. So yeah, that's a thing. So, oh, and it reordered them here. So I'm gonna take dwarvish, and I think I took, what did I pick for my other character, everybody? I think I took draconic and giant or something, so I'm going to write these down so that I have all of them covered, or else I'm going to get myself into trouble here. I just know it. So let me take a couple of notes here. I'm going to pick Dwarvish and Gnomish, because I know I hadn't picked that one previously. And now my cantrips. So for the Cleric cantrips, Holy Conduit is your melee spell. It's really good for a melee. If your Cleric gets into melee range of something and you're using a mace, that's 1d6, but that's only against one target. Holy Conduit allows you to do 1d6 to that target and additional 1d4 to anybody who's within 5 feet of you. So Holy Conduit's good. Divine Shield is also really good as a cantrip to give somebody 1d8 temporary hit points just until the start of their turn. And then for the last one, Spare the Dying is really, really good. If you're a Cleric, just always take it. But for me, I have to have guidance, right? If you saw me on Baldur's Gate 3, guidance goes everywhere, on everything. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to be getting Spare the Dying boy, it would be really, but not as helpful as Divine Shield, I don't think. Spare the Dying is great, and I'm going to get it the first chance I get. And that chance is right here with my Magic Initiate Cleric feat. If you don't have it, you need to take this on your level up. Okay? But for me, I'm going to get it here because of the Magic Initiate Cleric feat that I took. Resistance is also really good to have. And then my last one is my spell selection. Now, Healing Word is way too useful. Guiding Bolt's great, don't get me wrong, but if you've got a 1 spell selection at level 1, trust me, you're going to want Healing Word. And there's a reason for that here in a little bit. So I'm definitely taking it, and I'm going to save. So let me see what languages my Paladin took here. Draconic and Giant. Okay, so that's what I thought. I was right on that. Okay, so now my next one, Advanced Creation, is going to be a Rogue. Rogues are OP early because of their sneak attack skill, getting an additional 1d6 damage, and their movement ability at level 2 with Cunning Actions. They are just a massive boost in the early stages of the game. Later on, I think they suffer from a little bit of power lag, but early on, rogues are a must-have in your party. And for my rogue, I'm taking Halfling. There would be no reason not for me to take Halfling with this choice of Ancestries. I'm going to get Brave, which means I have advantage on saving throws to be frightened. Nimbleness, which means I can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than me, but I can't stop in the same space. And you're going to see this, how incredibly useful this is during the playthrough. Normally, if someone is in front of you, you can't run through them. So if there's only a 1 square wide space and they're plugging that hole, you can't move past them. You're stuck. Okay. The Halfling Nimbleness allows us to basically go through its legs really quick and get past them. I can't stand right in the same square as them, but I can move past them. And for a big movement speed character, that's huge. Luck is just amazing. Halfling luck always is. Whenever I roll a 1 on a d20 skill check, you can re-roll the die, but I must use the new one. And then naturally stealthy. I can take the hide action even when you're obscured only by a creature that is at least 1 size larger than you, which means if I'm standing behind somebody, I can go into hiding when I'm behind them. And if I can go into hiding, I can gain advantage and I can get a sneak attack. So naturally stealthy is just great for rogues in general. Again, my known language is only common here. So now there are a couple of different options here for a rogue that makes sense. Low life is the obvious choice. Strength, dexterity, and charisma, with sleight of hand stealth proficiency already given to me, and I've mastered Thieves' Tools, which means that I get my proficiency bonus twice when I roll to pick a lock or something like that. So low life is a huge one. My origin feat is quick, so I increase my movement speed by 5, and opportunity attacks against me have disadvantage, which again is going to be a huge deal for my rogue a little bit later on in the playthrough, but it's going to be very, very useful right now. So my ability scores. So my dexterity is going to become 17. There's going to be a reason for that. For my last one, whether it's strength and charisma, I don't care, so I'm just going to put it into strength. It's going to allow me to drop my strength down by 1. My intelligence, I'm going to dump here, and my constitution, actually, yeah, my constitution is going to be up to 14, and my wisdom here is going to go up to 14. Now, I would like to see... maybe I could... actually, let's... I'm thinking about how I want to do this a little differently than I did my personal playthrough. Wonder if I want to ditch... No, I think I'm still going to dump intelligence instead. So, my dexterity here, I would like my wisdom to be 1 higher, but to do that, I would have to dump strength as well, and I don't want to do that. I'd prefer to be a -1 only in intelligence here. Yeah. Okay, now proficiencies with a rogue, you're going to have a bunch. It is what it is, but this is why I wanted wisdom to be a little bit higher, because I want my perception to be high. A higher chance to be able to detect traps and things like that is definitely necessary and very useful for me. Acrobatics is, again, going to be very, very useful. Athletics is always good. I can overcome that -1 by putting proficiency in it, but I think having an additional bonus into insight is probably the best choice here. Again, having more pluses into insight for a party in general is just good. So next, I get to choose expertise. Now, this is going to double my proficiency, so modifier. So anything that I have proficiency in, I can become expert in. So sleight of hand, definitely going to do, and perception, I am definitely going to do. So my languages, so Elvish, Dwarvish, so how about Halfling? I only get to pick 1 here. Okay. And then my weapon masteries. Now for the rogue, they start with a short bow, which is going to get me Vex. So if you hit and deal damage to a creature with this weapon, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature. That allows me to get a sneak attack against that creature because I have advantage on that roll. Okay, so Vex is huge. I also start with a short sword, which is also going to get me Vex. So now any attack that I make is going to allow me to make a sneak attack on my next turn against that enemy, which is just a huge bonus. And here's my second, because of my halfling ancestry here, my second language choice. So I'm going to pick Goblin. I'm writing these down. And Orc. It's that one. Whoops. I need to change a couple of things here. Whoops. Okay. And as always, because I know he loves being a low-life character so much, this is going to be M from one of my channel subscribers and very prolific poster on my chat or on my comments. So thank him for his support as well. I'm going to pick a different male voice.
Thought I heard movement, maybe saw something, but I wasn't sure.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
This is the place. I remember being here.
Yeah. Okay. And last is going to be a sorcerer. Now, whether I picked wizard or sorcerer here is 6-1, half dozen the other. I like the abilities that a sorcerer has here. So, and I'm, like I say, very familiar with the rule set. So I'm going to play a sorcerer. For this, it becomes an elf. That's the last ancestry I haven't picked here. I could make them all the same type if I want, but I'm not going to. Now, elves actually come with a lineage here. I can be a high elf or a sylvan elf. So, sylvan elves are the ones that get the additional movement speed. So I get an additional 5 feet of movement speed, and I know the Venomous Spike cantrip. I learn the level 1 Expeditious Retreat spell at level 3, and I gain, I learn the level 2 Perfection from Poison spell at level 5. So the movement speed is the big thing there, why everyone picks Sylvan Elf or Wood Elf, depending on the game. High Elves, I know the Firebolt cantrip, and whenever I finish a long rest, I can replace that cantrip with a different cantrip, which is nice. So if I know I'm going into a fight against a specific enemy type, I can change that out to Frostbolt or something like that if I don't have them both already. At level 3, I learn Long Strider, and level 5, I learn Misty Step, which is huge. So I'm going to be going with High Elf here. Now, for my background here, again, for a Sorcerer, it's Charisma. So what do I want to look at that has Charisma? Now, I have Wisdom-based characters. I don't have any Intelligence-based characters. Even though Intelligence isn't needed for my Sorcerer, I don't have a lot of bonus points in Intelligence from anybody in my party. So I'm going to look through here and see if I have... I don't think there are anything. It's Philosopher. Okay, yeah, it's Philosopher. Has Intelligence and Charisma that I can improve the ability scores for. It's going to give me Persuasion, or it's going to give me Persuasion proficiency, but also History proficiency, which I haven't picked in anybody yet, which is an Intelligence score, so that's good. Herbalism Kit just lets you create potions. Origin Feat Skilled is, again, very, very good. I don't think there's anything... Oh, Spy also does it, but I don't think I need... Ooh... Having Dexterity, though, also. I don't need... I need History more than I need Perception or Deception. Even though Vigilant is nice and being able to up Dexterity is good, I think I'm going to still stick with Philosopher for this one. Now for my ability scores, Charisma is going up to 17, and my Intelligence is going to go up by 1. That's going to allow me to up that to 2. My Dexterity up to 14 to, again, get me into that higher roll on my initiative order. And then my Constitution up to 12 just to get me some additional hit points here. But that +1 is going to help out on my rolls. Let's change this. And this is Rudi. And Rudi's in the chat. Am I just not typing right today? Rudy's in the chat again. Rudy's one of my channel members. Thank you very, very much for being here. I do always appreciate it.
This is the place. I remember being here.
Okay, so for my proficiencies, Arcana and Religion, two that I haven't picked with anybody else. Those are both intelligence-based, so this is going to give me some pluses to my rolls when I have those checks for the party. And then here my skill proficiencies on all of these. The one I don't have is Survival. I've got enough Insight and Persuasion, so I'm going to add a Survival check in here for my Elf ancestry. My languages, I have... So the only one I don't have is Elvish. Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, the only one I don't have is Elvish. So as for the rest, it doesn't really matter. I haven't seen any of these other enemy types in early access. So it doesn't really matter. And then my second set of skill proficiencies from the skill trait. Now, some of these, I'm looking to see, because stealth could be pretty nice for her, but I think I'm going to go with a nature check and an investigation check, because those are, again, both intelligence-based, and I haven't picked them before. And acrobatics is probably the best. So I can stay on my feet in rough terrain here. And now for my spells. So my cantrips here, I'm getting High Elf, and it says as High Elf I should get the Firebolt cantrip. Here it's showing as something, and I want to check and see. Next, Sorcerer class, that's spells. And there's my cantrip, my High Elf, to get it. So I'm gonna pick that. Yeah, nice to be a caster. Yeah, Rudi in Solasta, Crown of the Magister. Rudi was my paladin in that group. So now he gets to be a sorcerer. So figured I'd change the roles up a little bit for you there, Rudi. So hope you enjoy it. So, and as High Elf, I shouldn't be able to pick any of these other cantrips. This is my High Elf feature. This should be limited to just Firebolt. It's allowing me to pick any of the others as well. So I think that's a bug as well from this. But I'm going to use that to my advantage here. So for my cantrips here, I can select 4 of them. So I need something that is melee based. Okay, so Chill Touch is actually going to be very useful, and that's melee based. But Sorcerous Burst, again, for a sorcerer, if you're not taking it, it's kind of dumb. It's 1d8. The 1d10 for your Firebolt is the only other one that that outdoes it. It's the same as Ray of Frost. Shadow Dagger and Firebolt outdo it. But this, if you roll an 8, first you can pick the damage type, which is nice. You can exploit vulnerabilities with it. Second, if you roll an 8, you add an additional d8 of damage. You basically roll a crit with it. It's like getting a crit instead of 5% of the time, getting it 12% of the time. So there's no reason not to take Sorcerous Burst. I'm going to take something for melee up close. I'm definitely going to take Acid Splash. Light doesn't seem to be a big deal in early access. I would probably take it later, though. I don't like the negated by a wisdom save on Shadow Dagger. That's why I don't take it. So I'll take Firebolt, True Strike. Don't get me started. I don't need Ray of Frost because it's the same 1d8 damage with Sorcerer's Burst, so no need for me to take it. The only reason would be to inflict Hindered. And I think I'm going to take, Shocking Grasp from my melee version. Now for my spells. I get 2 spells here. So, Sleep in Tabletop is overpowered. It is, again, here. So I'm going to take Sleep, and you will see how useful that is here in a little bit. As far as the rest of it, it's one of those, if you desperately, absolutely have to have the kill, Magic Missile is the way for you to go. It just is what it is. Thunder Wave is great. It's a cube in front of you, and in the early access, I'm going to find that hard to exploit with my caster. So I'm going to take Magic Missile here. And then for my last cantrip here, disadvantage, I don't think that matters as much. Trying to think of what I've got for Dazzle again is not great. Poison Spray is a cone out in front of you. I don't have a lot of things that try and maintain concentration. So yeah, I think I will take it. It's situational at best. Okay, and now we're only 2 minutes late, it looks like. Halfway there to starting our adventure. So I've got everybody picked out here. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Sharon, I mean, frankly, that head choice is just not pretty. Let me change that a little bit. Not a great choice for dwarven females, it doesn't look like. Okay. Alright, so we'll go ahead and start the adventure here. So let's buckle in.
What are they doing?
They're moving the statue to the city. They do it every year for the holy day of Kalidar.
Is this something to do with Marike?
I told you to pay attention during religious studies.
It is indeed the Redeeming Mother, cleansing the condemned before their execution. Even those who fail to redeem themselves in life are forgiven in death. An uncommon representation of our goddess, but fitting for this day of funerals.
About that, we're running a bit late.
Oh yes, I thought I remembered your faces.
We're from the orphanage.
Yes, of course. You're the children Mother Colwell adopted. You must be going to her funeral. Bless her memory. Mahin was a truly righteous woman.
Thank you, Father. Blessed day of Kaladar to you.
Marike smile upon you all, Colwells.
Well, if it isn't good old Landry. Couldn't mistake that mop of red hair for anyone else.
Okay, and the first thing it's going to do is introduce you to factions. So you can open up your journal, and your journal is going to list all your tracked quests. You can only track 3 of them, so you can untrack quests here. And again, the quest log tutorial is going to tell you about this. And again, every time I open the journal, this thing is going to pop up, even though I clicked understood. So it's going to update this right panel here with discoveries as we go. It's going to list your factions, and right now we have the Colwell faction. We know who the 2 prominent members are. This is our family. The Ricard and Diorcus are the blood children of it. We are adopted. The family also adopted 4 of the orphanage's children. So this kind of tells you a little bit about our legacy here, and it gives you access to our map. Now the map is gonna, you can customize what things are shown on top of this, but there is a container back here behind us. Like I say, always look around behind you when you get into something. And then the good old left alt is back. So as we get back here, and there's control modes. So this is direct versus indirect control. I don't ever use direct control. Indirect control is
Let's go talk to Landry.
clicking a point on the ground, and they will move to it in formation. Okay, very similar to what we saw in Solasta 1. Direct control, when you move with WASD, you are moving the character directly, and if you hit if you get to an object, you have to jump over it. You have to hit the space bar to jump over it. I can't stand that. I absolutely hate it. And then you saw the party control. Right now my party's grouped. Otherwise, I can split my party, and I can move one particular person and not everybody else. The party leader here, in Solasta 2, you control a single character at a time, and the rest of the party follows you. So whenever you click on a person, that's going to move them in the formation order. So it doesn't really matter who's listed to the left or to the right up there at the top. Whoever you click on is going to be in front of the party. Okay. So how to switch the leader, you can press tab, or you can just click on their portrait. Okay. But in split party mode, I can move them wherever I want. Here, Sharon becomes the leader, so everyone's going to group around here, around her. Now, Derval is the leader, so everyone groups around him, and so on and so forth. So when we get back here, hold left alt, and you can see we get a highlight of the loot on the ground. And we get Dol Mathar. That is simply a book that we can read, and the inventory tutorial pops up. So each party has their own inventory. They have a carry weight, and this is determined by their strength. That carry weight's down here in the corner. There is no lightly encumbered and heavily encumbered in tabletop. It is just heavily encumbered. So once you get above 210, you are severely slowed. Okay, so you're at a hard limit here. And this book, as all of these things, just gives you some lore about what's going on. So you can pause and read through those if you would like. And then you can see as we get closer, we had a talk with Father Dalron.
The Lady of Life will guide you.
But then also highlighting is the book here. And it's best if you use left alt to kind of pulse it, because that flashing kind of brings your eye to small things that you might miss. And you get camera control. We've already looked at this. The rotation of the view. But you can hold right mouse button and move the mouse to rotate the view. I tend to use it with the character keys. And you can use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Okay, and again, that book here is just a little history of Ferendra and how it relates with the Principality of Masgarth, the Kingdom of Galavan, who we are both intimately familiar with from Solasta 1. And the Snow Alliance in Tirmar after the Cataclysm. And all of this is kind of bringing you up to speed on how things have changed since the events of Solasta 1. And here we have another book, The Galavan War. So again, for those of us familiar with level 1, this lets you know about the Cataclysm and how the Galavan King and Queen were kidnapped, replaced by Sorax, and how we went through all of that stuff to finish up the previous game. Okay, I don't think there's anything. Oh, yeah, not yet. Have to talk to Landry first.
Ha! Landry, is that really you?
The one and only. It's been a long time.
Must be 10 years at least. Oh, it's so good to see you. I wish it would have been in different circumstances.
Same here. I'm so sorry for your loss, by the way.
Walk with us. We can speak about the good old days.
I'd love to, but look. The war. Galavan troops had damaged it, remember? Well, it fell off a couple of years ago.
I didn't know. Haven't been back since I left the orphanage.
None of us have.
We'll never get there on time if we circle around, especially with that storm coming.
Come on, let's climb down. We used to do it all the time when we were kids.
Okay, so now we have to reach the other side of the bay, and we need to follow Landry to do that.
Look, everyone, here. We can crawl under this.
Okay, and you get special movements. So, just like Solasta 1, there are markings on things that you can jump over, or you can drop down, or you can climb up. You don't have to click on them to do it. You can just click past them, and if your character's able to do it, it will do it. Sometimes it will need an ability check for longer distances of climbing without a ladder or jumping across a gap. But those things will be indicated to you when you're doing them. Drops are special obstacles that you can't climb back up. You need to be aware of that, because there's a couple of instances where in this game you can drop down somewhere and you just can't get back. And that's a little bit vexing. So I've reported a couple, or I'm going to report a couple of those locations. But be aware, with a drop, you can't get back up unless there's a ladder on that drop, or if there's some other pathway to get you back up.
If we must.
So you can click on something and the crawl icon will pop up, but as long as you click past it, you will automatically crawl, like is happening here, to get past that obstacle. And again, here's a drop. So once we drop off it, we can't get back up. There's no way back up. Okay, here's a jump. This jump is small enough that we probably won't need to make any athletics checks, but if you do, it will let you know. And this is a climb. So that's, you can climb up or down that. And there's just an obstacle to hop over. If you were in direct control, you'd have to press space on that.
It would have been easier to bury Mother back in town.
Moraike was a big part of her life. She would have wanted to be buried in the old temple.
I hear Rickard is the temple's new solace. He's gonna say mass at your mother's funeral.
I guess that's why he called us. It must be tough for him.
Let's hope he doesn't down a bottle of liquid courage beforehand.
Well, okay.
Hey everyone, look! The monster's cave! You remember how Mother got mad every time we went down there?
So as soon as we moved in here, somebody automatically used light. And that was my paladin. He has a lantern, so automatically turned it on, but they will automatically use spells and items to light up the darkness. You can switch off a character's light whenever you want to help avoid detection and that sort of stuff, and that's what this is. Yeah, Landry, we get it. Now, before I get too far
Crabs
here...
used to live in there.
Looks like something ate all of them.
Okay, so there's a dice system here. So in Solasta 2, many of your actions require your characters to roll a d20 to determine success or failure. This is a skill check. So modifiers based upon your ability scores are added to the result. And you have a DC, which is a difficulty class. That's basically the number that you have to roll equal to or higher to pass it. Okay, your ability modifiers, we looked at all those skill modifiers when we were doing our character creation. Those get added onto your dice roll. Okay, so if you're proficient, it adds your proficiency bonus, and again, that proficiency bonus goes up as you level up. And you can see all of those numbers on your on your character sheet. But the good thing is it also shows them all in the log. And it has a very extensive log here. It tells you where all of the things that went into that roll came from. So I rolled a d20 and I rolled 18, which was very good. The DC was only 5, so I could have rolled a 2 and still passed it. And then +1 for my intelligence modifier and +2 proficiency bonus resulted in 21. And then it tells me where those skills came from and what I needed to do to improve them. So if you're not familiar with tabletop, it's going to explain a bunch of that stuff to you. Now before I get in here too far into this, I want to check my loadouts. Okay, so my loadouts are my active and my inactive loadouts. Here I have an active of a longsword and a shield and a javelin as my ranged weapon. Here I get a light crossbow. My strengths are the same. Yeah, because these are, I'm going to hit Alt. Yeah, this is thrown, so it's based. So it doesn't matter which one I use. Got a spear and a spell focus. And here a short bow and a short sword and dagger. So just want to make sure of what I had as far as my my loadouts went. And I'm going to drop my first save here. Okay, as we start looking around. Now, Landry's over here.
Are you
I'm
coming
going to
or
go
what?
looking a little bit. Because we do have a chest over here. Or a crate. Okay, and you get giant crab pincer, which is food. Food works a little differently in this one than it did in Solasta 1. You need one food item per party per long rest. So I don't need 4 giant crab pincers to take a long rest. I just need 1. Hey, that simplifies things quite a bit. But these are heavier than food rations sometimes. So this weight is 2 pounds. I'm going to loot all of this. See, our food ration is 2 pounds. So our food ration in Solasta 1 was only 1 pound. So things are heavier, but overall with a party of 4, you have to carry fewer of them. And if you have multiple people in your party, again, you carry quite a bit fewer of them than you would in Solasta 1. It's one of the things I like about how things got revamped here.
Are you coming or what?
Hey, look. The old tower. It's collapsed and ended up down here.
A victim of the war, like the bridge.
Come on, push this bit out the way.
Why don't you do it?
Because my arms are so weak.
Okay, now I've got notes here. I want to check something here. Now, let's talk about the rules here. Because this is something that this game plays very fast and loose with. Right now, I don't have an open hand. My cleric. She's got a shield and a mace. So she can't do the somatic portion of the spell. Somatic is waving your hands. Verbal is speaking words. And material is using some sort of item, like a dust or an herb or something, to be able to cast the spell. Okay. Since I don't have a free hand, I can't cast guidance because there's a somatic component to it. And since I don't have a free hand, I can't do it. Now, weapon swaps allow me to free up a hand, and now I can do the somatic portion of the spell. The problem that this game has is that weapon swaps are unlimited. Now, there's a reason for that. Most DMs, even though it is in the game about somatic components and dual wielding stuff, most DMs aren't that strict about it because they think it's kind of stupid that if you've got a weapon and a shield, you can't cast a spell that's got a somatic component, because look at all the spells it would eliminate that all have somatic components. So most DMs relax that rule. They didn't relax it here in the game. They've gotten around it by doing weapon swaps, which I think is overpowered. You can do as many weapon swaps as you want for free. These are free actions. You can see over there on the right, it says it's a free action. That's not how it should be, but that's how they get around. Okay, there's the bug. So, sorry about that. You're going to want to turn your volume down a little bit. Whenever I have guidance active, and turn your volume down a little bit, I'll actually, let me see, that's a good, let me see under audio if sound effects is what does it. Okay, so yeah, that turns it down. It's still annoying. For some reason, when guidance is on and you go into hiding mode, it does that weird, stupid little vibration kind of noise. I have no idea why it does it, but it does. So you're going to hear that quite a bit. It's something that I'm reporting to them. So for now, whoops, going to go back here. I'm going to cast guidance on me again.
What are those things?
Well, they don't look like crabs.
Never seen anything like them. Best to be cautious.
If we stay low, we might get past without being seen.
Okay, and it introduces you to stealth. So this is cautious mode. Cautious mode increases your chances of spotting traps and discovering hidden objects. So it's good to be in cautious mode. You're basically just moving slower and more cautiously. And it introduces noise rings. Now, your party as a whole has a noise ring. So if my party's grouped up, I'm going to have one noise ring that's basically an average of all of my party members together. If I split my party apart, everybody gets their own individual noise ring. So that's why you can use your rogues to go scouting out with a smaller noise ring than your heavy armor types that have a much bigger one. Okay, and also whether or not you're proficient in stealth or not is going to matter on that. And then you get a detection gauge that once you get seen, it's going to start filling up. And once it fills up, you're going to go into combat. Now, your stealth skill and the perception skill of the enemy and how much they relate to each other determines how fast that fills up. Okay? Now, that's a homebrew thing. That's a video game thing. Doesn't work like that in tabletop at all.
We're sneaking. You have to crouch.
And there they are. Okay, and there they went.
It's okay. We're good. Stand up now.
Okay, good. Because I can't stand that. We're going to hear it one more time here in a little bit because there's going to be something that happens up here that we need to that we're going to have a skill check for.
Here's more. Those ones really gave me the creeps.
At least they've gone now. Let's take a
Okay,
look
so
at
we got
this
another lantern. Now, we have some stuff back here as well.
Move on.
Okay, just a bucket. Okay, and then we have a chest here. Okay, now that chest just has open. It doesn't have lock on it. So we're going to get some lockpicks. Much needed. Okay. And just making sure. So I missed a bag back there. Where was it? I'm not going to be able to see it this far away. But it's over here. There it is. Okay, and I got an extra camp supply. Okay, now we have some kobolds that are up here. Let's move up to... Actually, let's not. Before we do that,
Ah, I remember this beach.
Oh, damn. Kobolds.
What?
okay? Before we go in there and get into a fight with them,
Devo! Viribe!
I'm gonna drop a quick save.
It's too quiet.
And there was a
We
perception
should take
check
a look at this.
that I made in the background. I rolled it was only DC 0, so I didn't need guidance, but you can see how guidance factored. Right? It's too busy explaining. Actually, I don't want to demonstrate that. I want to demonstrate something else to you guys. So I'm going to reload that just so I can demonstrate the ambush mechanic. I'm just going to move up here real quick and get that perception check, and I'm going to move back. And we're going to wait for that guidance to run out because it's annoying me. Okay, so here he comes. And I have an ambush button. Okay, now there is no pause in this game, like there was in Solasta 1. Normally what I would do is when he got close like that, I would hit pause, and then I would determine who's going to attack. In this game instead, what you do is it's real time, and you click the ambush button. The ambush button does not execute an attack, but whoever you're using to click the ambush button has to be able to execute an attack on that enemy. So if they can't see them, they can't ambush them. But what it's going to do is it gives all of them the surprised trait, and they roll their initiative with disadvantage, which means that they have to, that he rolled a 14, so he rolled like a 17 and a 14 or something. It took out the highest one, gave him the lowest one, adds 3 from his dexterity, so he rolls a 17 to go, and that's why the veteran's right here in the order. Once you get past the ambush portion of it and you set the initiative, then it's purely turn-based. Okay, and you go in this order that you have throughout it. Now, initiative, already talked about. Action economy, we're going to be dealing with here in a second, down here at the bottom. Main actions and ready actions. We're going to talk about all these. So now what we have is M is up first. Now, you can't swap between who you want to have next in order if all 3 of you are lined up. I can't have Rudi go, even though he's next in order. I have to go in the order of which I'm doing it. Okay, but M initiated the ambush, quote unquote, but it didn't use his attack. That's different from executing ambushes in Solasta 1 or in Baldur's Gate 3. The difference is that Baldur's Gate 3 and Solasta, I both had a pause where I could kind of figure out and let somebody get close and then execute it. Here, you have to make sure you're ready to execute the ambush because the time is still going and the turn is still running. Okay, so M is up first here, and we've got a kobold. Where's the veteran? Is he way back here? Yes, good. So we've got a kobold here. I've got advantage. That's what that plus symbol means. So with advantage, I'm going to get a sneak attack damage if I hit. So I've got a 91% chance of hitting here with the short bow. Sneak attack pops up. Move and dash we'll talk about here in a second. So it's going to give me an additional 1d6, or I can not sneak attack, but there's no reason not to. And he's dead. Now, range combat you just learned about, it's going to give you a percentage, whether you're rolling at disadvantage, that's with the minus, or an advantage with the plus, and it's going to give you a percentage to hit. Now, cover impacts that. Okay? Now, you have unlimited ammunition in Solasta 2. You don't need to equip standard arrows or bolts to shoot. You're going to be able to find uncommon ones, which you can equip, but standard arrows and bolts you don't have to. And then throwing weapons follow the same rules as range combat does. Now, I said cover, and there you can see it. So, if I move here, I can see the kobold for some reason, and there's no, that line that has the icon moving down it, there's no symbols on it. If I move here, there's no line. I can't see him from there. So I think this place is actually bugged. I'm not entirely sure why I'd be able to shoot through the rock. But here, I can see him, but the rock is partially obscuring him, so he's in cover. That's what that shield symbol means. That shield symbol means 3/4 cover. Here, he's in full cover. I can't attack him. Here, he's in 3/4 cover, which means he has a +5 bonus to his armor class. Okay, which is not great for me. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get into half cover. Yeah, there's half cover. So at half cover, he's got a +2 bonus to his armor class. So you want to try and maneuver yourself into locations where you have shots that don't have any cover, or else it's going to be a more difficult shot for you to make. Now, movement. I've taken my attack action, so now that is gone. So now I can still move, though. The blue outline is the limit of where my rogue can move. Okay. So I'm going to choose to try and move my rogue up around here. So I'm going to move around this corner. Here. And now, like I say, I can swap between these all I want. Again, that's a big distortion of tabletop rules. Tabletop rules do not allow you to do that. So I can swap back to my daggers if I want, and I can end my turn. So for Rudi here, I am still in hiding, and if I move out here, I can get an attack on this kobold that's, again, not in cover. So I'm going to cast a spell, and I'm going to go with Sorcerer's Burst. And I can choose what type I want here. Doesn't really matter. I'm just going to pick Psychic. Got advantage on this because I'm hidden, so you can see down at the bottom. I have two sources of advantage. I'm invisible, and the kobold can't sense me. You only get advantage once. You don't get advantage and disadvantage do not stack. Okay, and that was a 1d8. I rolled a 7, so that was a good roll, and it killed him. Landry is controlled on his own. I can't control Landry. Okay, here comes the veteran. He's probably dashing in. Yep. And now me. And I'm going to dash. Now dashing uses, for a fighter type, it uses your main action. So I no longer have any main actions left. Okay. But it allows me to double my movement distance. Now Rogue at level 2 is going to be able to dash or disengage with their bonus action using something called Cunning Action. And that's really nice. So again, with the veteran being there, I can't see him. This guy's coming down. So let's just dash over to here. To dash, you have to double click, or you can click here and dash, and then click out there. So M. So M has a lot of movement speed, and I can dash all the way up here, but again, that's going to take his main action. Here with dash. So let me see if I can get anywhere to attack anybody. And it looks like I can. But he's in 3/4 cover if I move there. If I move here, I can't attack anybody though. There I can get half cover for the Kobold veteran. That's better than 3/4 cover. So a 55% chance. And it missed. Okay, rolled an 8. His armor class is 13. So there's the -2 to my roll because he's got half cover. Okay, now Rudy's gonna move up here. And we can get a kill. And now this kobold's going to be dashing, assuming that Landry doesn't run up to him. He's going to run up to him. Oh no, he stopped. Okay, good. And he's dead.
This shortcut is looking more and more like a trap.
Don't worry. We'll be fine. But we need to hurry.
Okay, so that's how combat works, basically.
Fine. Just a short one then.
Okay, now we're going to take a short rest here in a second. But first, let's loot up. We found another short bow. And javelins are 1d6s. The difference is the distance. So javelin, close at 30 feet, max of 120 feet. The short bow has a close range of 80 feet and a max of 320 feet. So the short bow just shoots farther with the same damage as the javelins. Okay, so now it wants us to take a short rest. We will certainly do that here in a second. And it's highlighting the short rest icon up here. But we're going to look at a couple other things first. We did get this perception check done. So here we get some throwing daggers. And who made that perception check? Vault did. Okay, I think the next one's going to be made by M, though.
Marike! Viribe!
Okay, so we're going to take M up here next to this mound.
Poor lad. At least they didn't eat him.
He is with Marike now.
Okay,
Such an idiot.
So Rudi rolled the perception check instead of M. And a DC 5, and he rolled a 2. And failed it. So that might have been because he was the closest one to him. Not entirely sure why.
What's this?
Okay, so there's his perception check. And that finds the jute bag up here. And we have the... Oh no, we found the caltrops. That's what he found. Okay, so let's go around here and we can disarm these. And again, before you make any roll, Do a quick save.
Careful, this place is full of kobold traps. Careful, this place is full of kobold traps.
Okay, that's going to allow us to climb up here and get the jute bag. That's going to give us studded leather armor. So studded leather armor is a straight upgrade over the leather armor that we're wearing right now. And it looks cooler. So, M got an upgrade in his drip there, so... Okay, so now it wants us to take a short rest, so we will. We don't need to. Okay, because we don't have any hit points that need to be restored or anything like that. But it makes us do it.
I feel better now. Hey there. You alright?
Okay, and here you're going to be introduced to family roles. There are 4 of them. Everyone needs to pick one. So you get to decide who is who in here. So the golden kid is going to be my paladin. Just is what it is. This is... It doesn't affect anything other than how the family interacts with each other and the dialogue options that they have. So it's just some flavor.
I still can't believe we're going to bury Mum.
Mum? I know Marhin adopted you, but I didn't realise you were so close.
Okay, the scapegoat, obviously gonna be him.
Oh, they were always Marhin's big baby. Go figure.
It's true. We had a special bond.
Well, in your own way, you were special too. You were the one who always got punished.
Okay, the top student, obviously our sorcerer.
You were definitely looking for it.
And you were always the swotty teacher's pet, weren't you? You still are.
Guys, come on. It might be a day to remember old times, but don't dig up old quarrels. We know where this goes.
Oh, and I suppose that's going to be my fault.
You really haven't changed that much.
All right, everyone, listen up. Let's move. The funeral is at midnight, and we still have to climb that cliff.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hey, isn't that Diorcus?
It looks like it. What's she doing?
What do you think, dummy? We're burying Mother. Like you, she's grieving.
Okay, enough. Let's go. It's time.
Okay, now we need to find a way up the cliff.
Hey, come and take a look at what I found.
Ah, a path up. Great. I was wondering how we were going to get up there.
I had a vague memory.
We do have some harvestables, just like we did in Solasta 1. They will, some of them will regenerate their contents, but you can come back. These are basically
There was one around
crafting
here
items
somewhere, so we'll just
that you can pick up.
Nice jump!
Okay, and now we're gonna meet Diorcus.
You.
Diorcus. It's been a while.
4 little troublemakers. Like old times. You haven't changed a bit. Oh. Landry.
Hiya, Dee.
Is this a party or a funeral?
Rickard sent us a message.
Yes.
He sent me one too.
He said you didn't answer. He was worried.
Oh, really? How interesting.
We had to come and pay our respects.
You don't need an excuse. She adopted you. You're her children as much as I am.
It's probably time to go, don't you think?
Give me a moment. I'll join you there.
Now, you should recognize that voice. That voice is Devora Wild. You may remember Devora from her role as a voice actor in Baldur's Gate 3 as Lae'zel. She is here in this game, voicing Deorcus. There's going to be another Baldur's Gate 3 alum here as well, that we're going to meet a little bit farther through early access, but
What was that
you will
about
get to
Mick?
meet her.
She angry at him or something?
Almost there.
I have a feeling that's empty, empty, empty. Okay, I knew I missed something. I knew I did. I was like, wait a minute. I'm almost positive that there is a locked chest in here. Yeah, let's go back real quick. I forgot about that. I think it's across a jump over there. Yeah, it's right there. I knew I missed it. Okay, for this, I'm going to cast guidance on him. Going to take him. Over
This
here.
is too dangerous.
Okay, and he passed the perception check. So this is a trapped chest. Hey Dave, welcome. Good to see you again. Glad to see you're able to join. Hope you enjoy it. So now I need to disarm this, so I did a quick save. And he did disarm it, and now I need to lockpick it. Okay, and I get a healing potion and the Impossible Alliance. Now another thing that's different from Solasta 1, and I'm pretty sure they're going to change this. The other characters are nowhere near me, but I can have them loot any of these things. In Solasta 1, it wasn't like that. If you weren't near to the item or the chest, you couldn't loot it. I'm pretty sure they're going to change that, but we'll see. And the Impossible Alliance, again, is just more of the background of what happened. So who has it? Cleric. Everybody's got one, it looks like. Okay, so he had one. Alright, just doing a little inventory management here. Okay, and she doesn't have a light source. Okay. Alright, so now let's head back up. Don't want to forget that healing potion. Healing potions are going to be very, very useful You've probably been wondering why I've been looting all this junk. Just like Baldur's Gate 3, especially early on here, you need every gold piece you can get. You will see why. Okay, so we got a few things that we can look at here.
I'm deeply sorry for your loss.
Again, more information here about the temple. And again, you can pause and read these on your own if you would like.
My deepest sympathies.
Okay, you learn about the orphanage that we all came from.
Condolences.
And then we have one more here.
Marike welcomes your mother, Kobolds.
Okay, and again, this learns about coming back for the funeral here on the celebration of Kaladar and what this is for. It's basically the Principality's Day of the Dead, is what this is. Okay. Now, the quest icon is wanting us to go here. Before we do that, we need to prepare. Okay. So, we get the merchant tutorial. Your sympathy, your faction level, and a discount that you get with them. Your party wealth is for the entire party. It's not per person that's carrying stuff. And your discount isn't related to any particular person. It's not like Baldur's Gate 3 where your charisma matters. Here it's the party's relationship with the merchant, not an individual. You can purchase and sell, and you can buy back stuff as well. So we have 341 here. And the important things here are the potions of healing. Okay, so we have one here. So we can only buy one, and we have a potion of greater healing that we want to buy as well. The rest of this stuff we don't care about. We could sell our items if we wanted. Doesn't really matter if we sell them or not, or if we wait a little bit to sell them. Because there's nothing else from this vendor that we can buy, even if we wanted, or things that we want to buy from them. So let's look at our so I don't know why these two things are not stacking. Interesting. Okay, but I'll keep that extra one there. I guess I'll put them both in here. So we have one here. We have one here. We're going to move the potion of greater healing over here. And we're going to move this one over to M. M tends to have a problem during this. So let's put the potion of greater healing down here. We'll leave this in our inventory for now. Actually, we can remove the light source because we're not going to need it. Okay. So I want as much healing as I can get here available for everybody. Because, like I say, we are going to need it here during this fight. So check and see. He's got a light crossbow. I can actually change this over to... I don't have a long rest, so I can't redo my weapon masteries. So no, I want Vex instead. I'm just looking to make sure I'm ready for this. Okay. Now we need to attend the funeral, and before we go in here, drop a save. So Alright, so let me check my notes. Okay. Yeah, highlighting interactive elements, we've been doing that the entire time.
Rickard.
You made it. Teokas. I thought you'd never come.
What happened?
I don't know. She wasn't sick, and yet she knew Mareike was coming for her.
It doesn't make any sense.
She left this. For you. D. It's Kaladar. Time to honor Mother. We'll talk later.
It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you for coming. I know it was a long trip.
We had to come. She meant a lot to us, but you know that.
Yes.
Lies. Lies. You should have saved her.
I told you. It was Mareike's will. It was her time, and she wanted to go in peace.
Did she tell you that? Or is it what you tell yourself?
D, I'm begging you.
We can still bring her back.
No! She told me not to. She deserves the peace of death.
Try and stop me. Mareike. Nick. Fury! Necro Curie. Mareike. Necro Curie. Mareike. Necro Curie. Mareike. Necro Curie.
Mareike, Evo, moment!
Okay, so we saw the Kavuli in
Don't fight me. Stand down.
in the demo.
Mareike won't allow it!
I cannot lose her. Not like that.
The pillar! Knock it down!
Okay, so we need to find a way to stop Diorcus, and the way that you do that is by knocking down a pillar here that will break her concentration. Now, in the meantime, there are Kavuli that have popped up, and right now there are 2 of them. Okay? This is far from the only 2 you're going to be fighting. You're going to fight a lot here. Now, this is early access, so there's no achievements or anything like that. But what you can do, there is an end to this. After you defeat enough waves of them, they will quit coming, and the pillar will fall down on its own and break her concentration. It will bug out a quest item over here, because if it falls on its own, you didn't push it, so it doesn't initiate that flag, and that thing will stay up here through the rest of early access. But my guess is that if you actually defeat all of these waves, kind of like in the prologue of Baldur's Gate 3, if you stay there and you fight, you know, all of the enemies on the bridge, you know, you can get some benefit out of it with some additional XP, and in the case of the general, you get, you know, you can possibly make him drop his sword. Here, there's probably going to be an achievement for defeating all of the Kavuli. It's really hard. I am not going to lie. I happened to do it in my personal playthrough without reloading a save, but it was pure luck. We're going to go as long as we can, but even once we get to that last wave, we're not going to kill them all, because I don't want that bugged out push the pillar thing to stay over here. But we are going to stay in here as long as we can, and do this. So what I want to do is kind of get M in a location here. A lot of this is going to depend on what happens with Ricard. We can't control him, and as such, he's going to move wherever he wants to move. Right now, he's going to move up next to this one and fight. Wherever he moves is going to really determine how well this fight, or how badly this fight goes. So I'm going to kind of back up a little bit. When Kavulis die, there's an explosion. They release a fire explosion on death, and I'd prefer to keep as many people as I can out of that explosion radius, but I definitely want to make sure that I'm able to keep no cover for my shots here. So I do not have advantage on this, but he's within 5 meters of one of my allies, so if I hit, I'm going to get sneak attack damage. Okay, so I did hit. Here's my sneak attack. Okay, and he's vexed. So, again, Vex, I have advantage against him on my next attack roll. Okay, and this next one's going to go attack Ricard. And he missed. He got an opportunity attack and hit. Okay, and Rudi. Now, action economy is a big thing here. Because you're going to run out of spells real fast. Okay, now, innate sorcery, I can use it twice per long rest. It gives me advantage on my attack rolls. It gives me a +1 to my spell save DC. It lasts for 1 minute, which is 10 turns, give or take. So I'm going to use it now on my bonus action. Okay, and I'm going to save my spell slots for when I need them, especially sleep. Okay, I'm going to change to thunder damage. And that's giving me advantage on my attack roll there. Okay. And now me. There are no flanking rules in early access, so if I move in here between them, I'm probably going to be okay to do that. Okay, so for my bonus action here, I'm going to activate Divine Favor. Okay, Divine Favor is non-concentration, and it just adds, again, for 10 turns. A turn is 6 seconds. So 1 minute, 60 seconds, that's 10 turns. I'm going to get additional damage here. And I'm probably going to get a kill if I go after the Kavuli Brute here. I don't want to get a kill yet. Okay. Now, I'm actually hoping Ricard misses, but I don't think he's going to. I don't want to take 2 attacks of opportunity. I probably should have moved over here, but I think this was my best option here. So Ricard's going to hit him, kill him, he's going to explode. That's going to hit Sharon, me, and him. Okay, so both of us saved against it. So we took almost no damage. Okay, but now we have reinforcements. Okay, and they popped up back there at the back. So Sharon, so she has the resistance cantrip, which lasts for 1 minute, and it gives him 1d4 less damage of whatever type I want to pick, and had Death Burst, so explodes in a burst of shards. So I'm looking to see what type of damage it is. It was bludgeoning damage. I don't think I can do bludgeoning. So I'm gonna cast Resistance. Oh, I picked the wrong one. I didn't select what I wanted. That was dumb. So, mistake number 1. He's going to dash towards us.
Stand down!
Okay, so since he's there...
want to kill you,
that was
but they will.
stupid. That was dumb.
Look! The pillar! Behind her!
Well, I need to kill him. So here comes his Death Burst. And they both failed it, so they took more damage. So now I got another reinforcement, and he's over there. So which one's moving first? Him? No. That one on the far side's moving first. So Ricard's going to move toward him. So yeah, let's move up here. I would like to get M in a position where he's able to run around here and click this rather than being stuck all the way back here. That's more dangerous for him, but I think it's better off. So half cover, no cover. And then I'm moving next.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Okay, good hit. I'll actually move back one. Now me. Okay. Now Ricard, this is blocked and this is blocked. He might actually run around this way.
Raike, Abio, Cure!
Okay, he healed me. That's nice. And he ran around that way. Okay, this one's going to dash in. Toward M. Okay, good. He went around the corner there. Now, I need to get this right. This time. Resistance is a cantrip, so I can cast it all I want.
Raike, Abio!
Yes, I know. And I want bludgeoning. Or actually, the Death Burst does 1 or 2 hit points. The slashing is probably what I want better.
Clype!
Okay. And then always switch back to the shield for the increased armor class. Okay, I'm gonna have to heal up Ricard here.
Stop this madness! She won't come back! She didn't want to!
I don't believe you! The more you kill, the more will come!
That is true. The more I kill, the more will come. So... let's get here. I'll start working on him. Okay, he's vexed. That gives me advantage on the next attack, so I'll have sneak attack if I need it. Rudi, can I get around this side? I can.
Arcana Evo!
This is going to get a kill. It's going to get a death burst.
Death reaches out for you!
Okay. Ricard only took 1 from that, but he's going to need a heal. And now for me, I can move here. I don't want to get in the way of M shot. Okay. There's the next reinforcement.
Raike, Abio, Cure!
Good, he healed himself. Okay, so now I can... So I prefer to save Healing Word, if I can. And spare the dying. Let's go back to Divine Shield. And we'll cast this on... Let's move out here. And get temporary hit points on me. So he's going to dash in, go after Ricard. Okay, good, he missed.
Look! The pillar! Behind her! The pillar!
So I can get a sneak attack here. Trying to get the camera sorted here. Because he's gonna get killed on this turn, so I'm not worried about it as much. There's my sneak attack. Okay.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Okay. Now here, let's see if we can get a kill here. Okay. There's that blow. Took it just fine. And let's move up here. There's the next reinforcement. And he missed.
Better luck next time.
Yes, I need to heal Ricard. Okay, so Sharon's going to give Divine Shield. No, I need to heal him. He's getting too low. Actually, this one's going to be coming after me. And Divine Shield's going to wear off. Yep. Okay, and that got me 8 temporary hit points. Here's a good one. Okay, so M is going to move down here. Because I don't want to trigger the reinforcement yet. Okay, can I get far enough around here to get an attack on him? That's with half cover, and that attack only goes on him. I don't want to trigger him yet. Let's heal up Ricard. Okay, so that was slashing damage. But he has resistance to slashing damage. Did that resistance work? I don't think it worked. The damage roll... Oh, yeah, it did. -2. Yep. It's half rounded down. So... Okay, so... Let's get a kill here. The explosion may damage this one. Okay, we both saved. There's our next reinforcement. Let's use my bonus action, or use my Paladin action here to get some hit points back. We'll just get a couple back. Okay, we'll turn on my enable heroic inspiration in case I really miss something. Okay, I'll take the attack of opportunity. I'm not going to use it yet.
Marai a BO Cure!
Oh, and he's going to heal himself now? Okay, so... We'll get the Divine Shield up. I'm pretty sure it'd be better if this goes on me again.
The pillar! Knock it down!
Now I want to move over to here. Okay, and I have advantage on this one, and I'll get sneak attack. Okay.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Alright, and drop a save here. Okay, good. We're getting good, solid, continuous hits here. That was a big hit. He missed. Good. Okay. So... I think it's better if this goes here now. Only 2, though. Okay, so I've got advantage here. That kill might or will cause an explosion. Okay, so he failed it. And took 2 bludgeoning damage out of it. The next reinforcement popped up here. Now hopefully he's far enough this way that he goes out here and not toward M. If he comes toward M, I've got a problem. Okay, good. So let's see what my cover is like here. If I go after him,
Arcana Evo!
he's got half cover there. I prefer he doesn't. I still have advantage on the attack roll, but I prefer not to give him any cover. There we go.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Oh, low roll. Okay. So the next reinforcement popped up here. So we'll move down. As much as we can, actually. He's going to go after Ricard. And he missed. Ricard has more hit points than I do. I'm going to use him as a bit of a meat shield throughout this.
Maraike Abio Viribe!
Okay, now the reinforcements are going to start getting a little harder. Okay, so I'm going to drop a save here. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to start getting 3 and then 5 in a wave. Okay, miss. Good.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Oh, that's a death. That's a death. Okay, and yeah, you see I got 2 more on this one now. Not just 1. Now I have 3 on the field. Okay, so things are going to start getting really sporty. Okay, he's going to have to dash to get to me. I think if I move here, he's still going to have to dash. I don't know if that guy will have to dash or not. Okay, good. We're getting solid continuous damage. I'm not missing a lot, which is surprising. I'm not going to spend that yet. Oh, Ricard, why did you do that? He moved all the way up there. So need to see if I can get him. Yeah, he's out of range there. Still out of range there. I don't know if I can see him here. I can't. So did it tell me how many hit points he got? No. Okay. And here we go. So we got 2 over here. I'm really hoping they both go that way. I can get sneak attack damage here. If I hit with a 2, really? Came after me. Everybody's coming after me. Okay. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so let's see if I can do something here. They are all incapacitated. They all failed. Okay. Hopefully Ricard goes after him. Now they're all incapacitated, so I'm not going to get attacks of opportunity moving past them. Please just close on him, or you can heal yourself. That's perfectly fine too. Okay, now Sharon's going to take an attack of opportunity here, I think. So let's actually cast Divine Shield on myself. Got 1 hit point out of that. Great. And he missed. Okay, good. Okay, so we failed the second one, so he's now asleep. He failed it, so he's asleep. Okay, so until they take damage, they're not going to do anything. So let's see if I can get on this other guy over here.
Arcana Evo Malmix!
Okay. Now this might wake him up. Nope, it didn't. It's far enough away to keep him asleep. Outstanding. Okay, I think this is the last wave. Okay, so I'm gonna move over here. Hopefully this guy will come after me. That's fine. Just focus on one guy at a time, Ricard. That's good. So thinking about how I want to. Let's give Ricard the additional hit points, because this guy is going to come in next. Probably go after Ricard. Yes. Okay. He's going to come after me. He didn't go after me. Okay. So things got interesting here. I don't want to kill him yet. See if we can get a hit. Perfect. Okay. Something happened there. For some reason, Rudy's turn got skipped. That's another thing I've encountered a couple of times. I'm not entirely sure why it happens. Let's try this. Perfect. Rolled a crit, rolled a nat 1 and missed. So Ricard, go after him. Thank you. So all three of them are asleep. That's huge. So he's here, so let's cast... Let's put those hit points on me. 1 hit point. Jeez. Great, thanks. I'm gonna switch, put my shield on to up my armor class to 16. Now let's see what this next one does. And he missed. Good. Okay, so we might be able to get a kill here. And that would wake him up with the burst damage. Okay, so he's no longer incapacitated. He's prone, but he's no longer incapacitated. Okay, I would prefer to go after this guy, because if he dies, he's going to wake both of them up. So I'd prefer to go after him. Thing is, I don't think I can hit him without going through somebody else and causing cover. Yeah, he's going to have cover no matter where I go, it looks like. Okay, so instead...
Arcana Evo Malmis!
We'll do that. Okay, so let's move up here and get Ricard healing. We'll move here, get ready to attack this one. Rolled a 1. Okay, so I need to get some temporary hit points on Ricard. Okay, he's going to have some cover. I think I want to go ahead and wake this guy up because I can get... He might die this turn anyway, which would wake all three of them up. This way I can get sneak attack here. And I missed, of course. Yeah, I'd prefer not to... Which one is he? It's him, so I'm gonna wake him up anyway. So let's see if I can get any shots on him without cover. That one looks like it there.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
Okay, so that's gonna remove his asleep, but I was gonna be hitting him anyway with this. And this is going to wake the other one up if I kill him. I don't think I will, though. Yeah. Okay. Now Ricard's going to go after him. He doesn't have enough to kill him unless he rolls max damage. No, it's a 1d6, so he couldn't have killed him anyway. Okay, and now let's give temporary hit points.
Marike, Avio,
I'm about to get hit here.
Virive.
Okay, he missed. Okay, so can I reach the pillar and push it? Yes, I can. So let me work out how this is going to go. So this turn, I can get a kill here. If I hit with sneak attack, the explosion might kill him outright. That would be 2 explosions on him. And then, yeah, I can just wait. I can just wait it out. So, because I'm gonna leave one of them alive, or else if I kill him, then this pushed the pillar over to break Diorcus's concentration. This is gonna stay here for the remainder of the playthrough, and I don't want it to do that. So let's see if we can hit here and get a kill. Perfect. There's a kill. Is the explosion going to kill him? It did. So we got 2 explosions on this guy. And now I'm going to just move over here, because I'm not going to kill him. Who's he going to go after? He went after Ricard. That's fine. I'm not going to do anything. I don't want him to die. Because M is going to trigger the pillar next turn. So we're not going to do anything. I'm just going to stay back. Okay, might as well give him
Marike, Avio,
temporary
Virive.
hit points. And now I'm going to push it. And I'm going to save here. I haven't done that. I didn't do this in my personal playthrough. So just want to make sure everything's going to work right. So I'm going to go ahead and push this.
Holy Mother.
Diorcus Colwell, the Covenant must be honored.
I tried. I did everything you asked of me. Why did you take her from me? Shadwin was right. You are the betrayer. And you have betrayed me!
I love that scene, I'm not gonna lie.
Rickard! No!
Oh, Holy Mother, Keeper of life and death, please hear our prayer. Your devoted cleric seeks your mercy.
Why? The Kobolds failed to keep the Covenant. Again.
We are Kobolds too. Marhin was a mother to us. We shall honor the Covenant.
You would take Marhin's burden to save her son.
What is the Covenant?
Your sacred heritage. A blessed journey to undertake. A flame to keep alive.
We will.
So be it.
Jacob, welcome. Sorry, I was really involved in that fight there at the end. But welcome. I'm loving the new game.
Where are we?
Neokos. She sent me back.
Where?
Rick. Why? Why did you have to take everything from me? Shadwin was right. It's all lies. Deceit. All of it!
Wait!
He's alive.
What happened? Where is the Orcus?
She's gone. Don't move. We'll go get help.
Oh, fine. Guess I'll stay here.
Did that really happen? Did we really speak to Marai?
Oh, it burns! What? God's teeth, I'm branded!
What? Huh. So am I.
Marai-K's symbol. The message is clear.
Huh. I'd have a couple of questions for her.
Me too. Like, what happened to Landry? He had nothing to do with all this. What about those weird stone creatures protecting Diorcus?
Well, finding help for Rickard should be our priority.
Okay, and now we're out of the prologue, so to speak, so I am going to go turn off the tutorial suggestions. Like I said, from now on, they're just going to get annoying. Okay, and we're going to drop a save here. I'm going to do one more fight before I end the stream. I'm 30 minutes over, but I figure, you know what, I might as well give you an extra hour since it is the opening day of us on this live stream. So, a couple of things. One thing I didn't mention, I mentioned earlier that Diorcus is voiced by Devora Wild, who we know from Baldur's Gate 3. Rickard is voiced by Ben Starr. Ben Starr was nominated for a Best Performance Award, I think it was 22 or 23, for one of the Final Fantasy games. You'll have to forgive me. Final Fantasy's like Final Fantasy and then 15 Roman numerals after them at this point, and I can't keep track. It was like 17 or something. I can't remember. But he was nominated for a Best Performance Award then, and he was just recently in last year in Clair Obscur Expedition 33, where he got another nomination for Best Performance Award at the Game Awards. So a couple of high-powered talents there that we're getting for voice actors. And again, like I said earlier, there's one more Baldur's Gate 3 alum that we're going to get to see a little bit later on through this. So the first thing that's going to happen here, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be his. Let me put guidance onto Rudi. We're going to go click on the statue.
Marai watches us.
Okay, so if you pass the religion check there, it was actually Sharon that rolled that religion check, which is odd. Does she have... She's +2. He's +3. I have no idea why Sharon rolled that religion check. That's something else I'm going to ask about. It's kind of weird. That was a party religion check, so maybe it rolls for everybody, and she was the first one in line, and she passed it, so it didn't need to go any farther. But praying on that gives everybody a heroic inspiration. So now if you fail an attack or a saving throw, you can re-roll it. There's another fight that we're going to go right into here, and it is not easy. So we want to make sure that we are as prepared as possible for this.
Thanks, I feel much better. But I don't think I can stand yet. Marike's teeth. But I could do with a drink.
Are you being serious, Rick?
Oh, you know I was kidding. It's okay. I'll get some sleep.
But you can see up here that we have some wood fairies. There's a garden dryad and another one there. And 4 wood fairies. out here. The garden dryads are actually extraordinarily dangerous. They have a poison ranged attack, which is incredibly dangerous. If it crits, it will one-shot you, which happened to me on my personal playthrough. So we're going to put everybody into cautious mode. We're going to turn on everybody's heroic inspiration, so we get asked if we want to use it. And we're going to move everybody up here on this side, I think.
Over there.
Stay behind me.
We're grown-ups, you know.
Because the wood fairies can fly, the dryads try and keep their distance and use that ranged attack. So let me see what happens if I move up to here. Can I get a ranged attack down there? I can. Okay, good. So we want to keep our high armor class folks towards this side. But we are going to move Rudi over here. We're going to keep Sharon back a little bit so she can provide poison resistance here. And we're going to have Em start this off with an ambush. Okay, so I'm going to drop a quick save here. And we're going to use the ambush button instead of my attack button. I could do that, and it would start me off using my attack. But here, I'm going to use the ambush button instead. Okay, so that gets me a surprise round. So they have very good initiative. On disadvantage, he rolled 2 17s. So, yeah, they have... So Rudi is first. So let's... Can I get over here? I can't. I didn't expect Rudi to roll in front of Em. I was going to get Em to take a shot and then move him back out of the way. Because now can't get a shot on the Dryad. And it's that one I wanted as well. Let me see. Yeah. Can't hit him. Can't sense anybody from there. That would be full cover on him. Be full cover on him. Yep. So that's going to be really hard to hit. I will have advantage on the attack. I'm going to leave that as fire. That's fine. But yeah, still only a 58% chance. See, he's got -5 because he's got 3/4 cover. Okay. My heroic inspiration kicked in and I got a hit. Was a low hit. M has sneak attack here if he can hit. Oh, jeez, come on. You're absolutely kidding me. With advantage, he rolled a 7, and then he rolled a 7 again. Jeez. Great. So that's a dash. This one's gonna shoot that poison stuff. Oh, wow. Didn't. Okay. Interesting. So let's cast resistance to, I think it's poison.
Clype!
On me, on him. Now this is shock damage. Yeah. But it's relatively low shock damage. We're going to use my last divine favor here. Okay, that got rid of him. It's a dash. This one's gonna have to dash. Okay, so what spells do I have left? I've got Acid Splash for some AoE damage here.
Arcana Evo Malmis!
I thought you could fight!
Okay, so I missed the attack on the wood fairy. Should have confirmed my innate sorcery. Okay, so anywhere I move here, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get sneak attack though because of Sharon's proximity here. I'm going after the wrong people though. That's the problem here. I need to be going after the wood fairies, or the garden dryads, not the wood fairies. Okay, I'll take the opportunity attack. There's the poison. I went after the wrong person. Went after Sharon. And Sharon has a wood fairy right next to her too. So if she moves, that's attack of opportunity. Trying to think if they're going to keep going after her. Let's cast Healing Word on Rudi. Just in case they go after him. Let's go ahead and cast Divine Shield on myself. I'll just stay there. Actually, no. Let's move and get some cover from the Dryad. I'll take the attack of opportunity. Missed. Okay, so who are you going to go after? Okay, went after me. That's good. That's who I want you to go after. Where'd the other one go? Oh, up here. Okay. So let's just dash and get next to him. This one? Yeah. Let's dash and get next to this one, so I have disadvantage on that poison attack. Yeah, I think that's the right call. Let's see what we have here. 88% on this one. That's the one that's next. Let's do that. Now let's move back out of the way. Somewhere where we can get some cover. That's 3/4 cover from one and half from the other. So let's do that. Now, let's get M with some sneak attack damage here. There's no cover on that shot. So let's move here. Perfect. Okay, now we'll move. Don't think it matters. No, it doesn't. We'll stay there. Actually, no, we'll move back here. Okay, good. I'll take the attack of opportunity. Sure. Oh, and I missed them both again. Jeez. Killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. That's half cover. I think instead give temporary hit points to M. I'll use my second healing word here. Who are you going to go after? Okay, that's fine too. Let's jump across here and see if we can get a kill. That's 3/4 cover, 3/4 cover. I think it's going to be all 3/4 cover. Yep. So I think I'm going to stay... No. Let's... I don't want to move down there. Let's move this way. Let's dash. Okay, now can M move and get shots? Yes. So there's no cover there. See if we can get a hit here. And of course we didn't. Let's give him
Maraike, Abio!
Temporary hit points.
Maraike, Abio, Viribe!
Yep. Figured he'd go after. They go after M, and now we can jump back across. See if we can get another kill here. Or not another kill. We weren't going to get unless we critted. We might have. And that wood fairy just seems to be stuck down there, so I'm going to move Rudi out.
Arcana, Evo! Malmix!
Now we should be able to get sneak attack damage here. And of course we missed.
Maraike, Abio! Maraike, Abio, Viribe!
Okay, I'll take the attack of opportunity, thank you. And if he's not moving, I'm not going to run in there next to him.
Arcana, Evo, Malmix!
Ooh, there was a crit.
It looks like we're not welcome. They're Fey. I guess we're trespassing in their territory.
Maybe. Let's just stay alert.
Did you see that?
What?
Some kind of giant bird. Stay alert, everyone.
Alright, so what makes that fight a little bit difficult is that you're out of spell economy at that point. You're out of a lot of bonus actions. You might be, or a lot of like channel divinities and that sort of stuff, paladin actions, health pools, and you might not have a lot of healing potions left if you didn't get lucky in that first fight. So by the time you get into this one, you could be running really low. And like I say, if those poison spears hit you, whatever they're called, venomous spike. Yeah, so it does 1d6 piercing and 1d4 poison damage. If you get hit with it, it can do a lot of damage, especially when you've got like 7 hit points and stuff like that. It can get really, really difficult. So just take it easy, give yourself a save, and like I say, you should be all right. But it can be a lot harder than what I'm making it seem here. It seems to be going really, really well on these fights for me. That first fight that we had against the Kavuli, that was an extraordinarily easy fight. Like I say, my first one, Ricard was down most of the fight, and I had to use my one and only Aether Pearl, because if he's down at the end of combat, he has to be revived for the cutscene. So you don't have any scrolls of Revivify, so it used the Aether Pearl to do it. So yeah, it was interesting, no doubt. So we need to make our way around here. And before we get too far, because we're going to go this way, Okay, so it is a really pretty area, by the way. This reminds me a lot of the monastery in Baldur's Gate 3, with the hills and the cliffs and the vertical and the buildings off in the distance. Like I say, just a lot of those vibes.
It would be much simpler if we actually knew something about this place.
Okay, now in here we have a group of people waiting for us. Okay, we have a couple of things in here that we can loot. There are some bushes that we can harvest out here. But before we go in there, we're going to drop another save. And that is going to end the live stream for today. We got an extra bonus hour today. It really needed it. We wanted to get through that final fight, and then the second fight here once we landed in this new place. We're going to learn the name of this new place when we talk to them. Because right now we don't even know where we are. And that's where we're going to pick up next week, is by finding out where we are. It's going to unlock some quests for us, and we're going to learn about the world travel system. It is entirely different than the world travel system that we had in Solasta 1. It is, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. It's a tabletop nerd's dream. Because it is straight out of it's straight out of old school tabletop. I will say that. A lot of people hate it. A lot of people hate it. Me, I'm old. I remember when we had fold out maps of the world that we would lay out on a table, and we would take our party icon and move it around the world. So it is exactly like that. So we're going to see that. We're going to get to explore that big city that we saw the cutscene of. We're going to be there for a little bit while we walk around and look at a couple of things, but we're going to be very quickly leaving on the one main quest line that we can do, and you'll kind of see as we go along how that's going to work. But that's hopefully gives you a good idea about what the game is like. We had the character creation. It's very rules intensive, but if you do the advanced creation, it gives you a very, very good explanation of everything that's going into it. So you don't have to be a big tabletop dork like I am to know all the D&D rules. They will do their best to help you out through them. And then the combat, once you learn the nuances of it, and hopefully this video helped you with a little bit of that, you can pick up on how the rules can benefit you and the synergies that you can get between your classes. So I'm really enjoying the game. Like I say, as a reminder, there are bugs. You saw one with the guidance while you're crouched. We're going to encounter 3 more here in the city that I know are replicatable. But this is early access, and the devs have said they're going to start a beta tree in Steam. So as they put out beta releases, you can try them out and give them feedback, and you just select the beta release in the manage installation settings, and it will let you install a beta release. But they are going to be putting out more releases. They are actively putting out information on the Steam channel as well as their Discord. You can go take a look at it and see what upcoming changes they're doing as they work through this. But remember, it is early access, but I hope you enjoy the game. Thank you all for being here. My channel members, my supporters, thank you very much for being here. And the new names that I hadn't seen before, thank you all very much for being here. I hope you got something out of the stream. I hope it gave you some information about what you think of what the game's like and whether or not you think you're going to be interested in it. But as always, thank you all for your support, because as I always say on this channel, without your support, none of this would be possible. This is Commander Jorval saying, until next time, fare thee well.